Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Alright. It is technically Saturday night. A little early today. A little early today to give us an attempt to, oh God, I wish I didn't misclick my audio thing. Now I'm like all self-conscious about like the levels of my voice on the stream. I'm gonna say there, no, there, no. Okay, I'm just gonna start the stream by just adjusting audio levels so that you can't even see or probably notice a difference on, because I'm fucked. Sure. Well, whatever. Ultimately, well, I can't tell. I don't know. No, I'm sure I did. Fucking whatever. We'll just have to live with it. Welcome to the stream. It's gonna bug me. It's gonna bug me that I can't immediately set it back to whatever the fuck it was supposed to be before. And we'll just have to live with it. Like, I might be back where I used to be at, but there's no way of me knowing because I never wrote down like numbers, because I'm an idiot. And then I accidentally misclicked a stream or two ago, and just fucked everything. A misclick. Welcome to welcome to the stream. You know what? I think it was probably this. I'm gonna say maybe closer to that. Sure. Let's go with that. Let's just go with that for a stream and see how it is. You know, no big deal. Yeah, it's a finale stream. It's no big deal. So yes. A journey we started back in, fuck. I guess April? Early April, if not late March, I believe. We started, I tackled the Phoenix Wright trilogy, a game series I'd never played, a game series I had a lot of hope for. Got through the first game, didn't think it was really anything great. Got through the second game, I thought it was a little worse than the first game. This third game has a lot of the same problems to me personally. I'm getting this out at the beginning so that when we do end this game, like, I don't go over every bad thing again. And I can just be like, oh, you know what? Whatever this finale was, it was fun. But, the third game, I think it has a lot of the problems the second game has. But I'm actually interested in how the characters and their stories wrap up here. And I think tonight has to be the final stream. Unless I die between now and finishing it tonight. We're going till we finish. Even if it takes us well into the night for some reason. But that's why I'm starting early. Giving myself some lead up. And we're gonna... I'm pretty sure. I have reasons to believe that this is the final trial. This is it. I have reasons to believe. So... I'm ready. And I hope you are too. Get some snacks. Pop a drink if you need it. Let's go on a journey. I'm sure it'll be many hours of me complaining. I'm gonna guess it's gonna take me 10 hours to do this. Does that sound right? 10 hours. Based on previous experiences. It's raining outside if you can hear it. I don't know if you can. I don't think you can. It was a lot louder a while ago, but it's still pouring. Just not as bad. And yeah, let's finish this game. Fuck it. Let's... Oh, it feels weird. 3 games. Back to back to back. February 10th. 9:39 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 1. Good morning! Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, that means that we don't have, like, Maya or Mia by our side. That's upsetting. I do have the guide pulled up if I need it to aid me in my final journey here. So, you know, being open. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. I'm delaying because I'm staring at the audio levels. I'm just like I'm burning a hole through my monitor just staring at it. Like, I'm not confident in anything now. Everything is fucked. You know? It's one of those feeling days. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. Is this? I'm going to guess this is Diego / Godot. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Nope, it's Edgeworth. God damn it. I was close. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Oh, wait, what? Prosecutor squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma? What are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. I'm going to try to say sacred, I almost said sacred again. Sacred Cavern correctly tonight. I think I'm 1 for 1 so far. The Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern. I'm thinking about it and I'm overthinking. And sacred, it's harder. Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern is what you like. My mind wants to say, but then I try to auto adjust and then I go sacred, or then I go. You don't mean that she's exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. Can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Disappear. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham? No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. That woman. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 7. Oh, I'm still here. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot.
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
Ah, my first cup of coffee. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Cadeau. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Cadeau, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? Offendant?
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Duonim?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct. What? What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pained me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming... Maya?
Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous. I could never do...
The offense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. You know the fucking rules. Now witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murder. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Alright.
So it was in self-defense.
Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright, let's fucking go! Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay.
What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No. You... I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
It's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And at least Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Hell yeah. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to this testimony. Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
No.
Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Is that just the one we know is bullshit because the dagger was inside of the thing? Can I just immediately go to Contradiction Land? I'm gonna save it before I try. Hell yeah, dude. We're starting off strong. The final Phoenix Wright stream is gonna be where I get nothing wrong and everything makes sense, and I will just fucking dominate this game. Sister Iris? I should probably review every piece of evidence I have, right? It's a weird assortment. Okay, Sister Iris? There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Duanim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Wrong. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Duanim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? What if, like, Iris here is already possessed by her sister? What if that's the case? What if that's the case? Maybe that's why she's, like, now lying and, like, went to Godot and said, like, a different series of events and everything. Right? Right? Okay, that was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A longsword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective at in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Duanim would have never attempted to take the life of Maya Fey. Is that because it's like mother and daughter? Right? How would I do it? Would I show real name Misty Fey? I'll check my evidence to see if there's like a thing that proves that better. Maybe it's this. Maybe. See, this is one of those things where it's like, well, I'm sure I'm supposed to pick something that says that they're related. And technically, this is what's kicked that all off because it's the Master's Talisman, and then it was worn by Elise. But this profile straight up says. Elise Duanim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Duanim. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Hey!
No, not Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to?
Misty Fey is the master of the Curian channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Duanim actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. Believe it! The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order! Order in the court. On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away his sword during a fight, and two, I'm changing the voice, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, an entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing.
Yes, what is the one little impossible thing?
Huh, you still don't get it? You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my eighth cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
What? Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood, and he treats the amount of coffee he drinks as like a fish story. He's like, yes, it just keeps getting larger every time he references it. The number. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, have this piece of evidence of crime left for testing immediately.
Dagger out of the court record. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. Blood is being analyzed now.
Now then, testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
In any case, witness, you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, battle between the two women. Meow, cat fight.
Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next weapon and stole her weapon. Wait, I read that weird. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
Seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
The battle. 5, yeah. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? Oh, I don't know why that came out. What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. Dodge! Dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. Yeah, it is. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim in a stone lantern, what happened next?
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did you just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely?
Objection.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman who was killed was Elise Duanim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. It's like we went away from the testimony thing. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards a tree after the struggle.
As a most likely explanation, yes.
After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Okay. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. So Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Interesting. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. I mean, that's part of the story. Found behind a tree. Found behind a tree? Bum, bum. All of this old stuff is like not gonna happen. Oh, cause loss of blood from stab in the back, right? Boom. Ah, shit, fuck, no, fuck, I didn't mean to, oh, shit. But if her back was towards the, let me see. She dodged in a stone weapon. Suddenly Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Do I present... present this to this? That sounds right to me. That sounds right to me. If she's on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern, then she can't... I mean, maybe there was more. I mean, that's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Maybe it's this picture. Ah, I was on the right track, but I had to do it on the picture thing. Okay. Sure. Uh-huh. Yeah. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, cause of death was due to blood loss from stab wound in her back. I'm gonna say, even though I made one mistake, I was on the right track. So, we're still good for tonight. I'm gonna say, still batting 100%. Fuck it. Fuck it. I make the rules here. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
Clearly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light, unless they have low light vision. But then I guess technically they still need light, at least a bit.
Light?
By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. Did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, the illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite?
No! Order! Order! Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern is a record. Lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It
says Maya upside down.
What the? Oh, yes. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Certainly looks that way.
Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean? What are we all talking about?
Oh my god, can he not see it because it's red at his vision thing? Like he can't see red things? Is that what this is? We're talking about the message written in blood. Huh, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Hey, what's up? What's up? Let's see. So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
I'm doing alright. Thanks for asking. A relaxing, sorta, Saturday. Had to get some shit done. But a great Saturday nonetheless. Yours? Question mark? Okay then. Let's move on. Oh no, if he can't see red, how is this gonna be? This is like, sounds like it's gonna be an important thing. There's gonna be one like piece of evidence that it's like has something red on it and he can't see it. And it's like, oh shit. Oh, it's the pivotal. It's the MacGuffin. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Duonim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. That sounds like a good Saturday. Sounds like a good Saturday. Also probably relaxing. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Curian tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looked. Lies, lies, lies.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Duonim was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, let's cross-examine. How many statements do we have here? 6? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Start from the top. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't your job as a judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I got lost in that sentence for some reason. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Yeah, she didn't... That's weird, yeah. That's a good point. Bikini didn't know... How did she... Yeah. I'm gonna stick to... It's something weird. That Iris just all of a sudden shifted in this trial to, like... Trying to fuck over the trial, basically. I think she's, like... currently possessing the other sister, or the sister took over somehow. Some illegal shadow techniques were done to Iris's body. Something like that. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Snow. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Huh. It makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed that bridge? Snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I have the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes.
Huh.
Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Order! Mr. Godot! Oh, why are you pointing out contradiction in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Very well then, let's continue with testimony. So you transferred the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard?
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought, anyway. And then Okay, so do I need to redo this thing for the other question? Let me see. Got the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Oh yes, naturally you'd expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what that's so strange about.
What's so strange? I think I misread that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow is still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement I was just made added to the testimony.
What? I have something to do with the case.
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so I assume then I can... I use the shit... So can I... Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna say that I... Oh, no, not press. Damn it. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? I pressed the wrong button.
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie, The Grid Revelations. What? Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Okay. Almost hit press again. Okay, so by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Is it just as simple as this? Let me save again, just in case. No? Fuck. 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 What was it the other time that we presented? Was it this? This was, it was like covered in snow, right? But then it changed its thing, right? So what would be... I mean, I can show this again. I could just try. Or is it this? She said by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I'd at least try it, right? Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum. It's not the weather. Man, I really do be trying everything. Ba-da, ba, bum, ba-da, bum, bum. By the time the, so then what is this? I mean, it's gotta be the statement, right? Because this was what was added. It's not the weather report. Look at that. I used this to alter the way the wound looked. Did I press on this yet? Might as well do it. Let me see if something happens. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely.
Oh, I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Duonim.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. What would it be? Okay. No. Shows like fucking nothing. Gravy. Photo. Hood. Then I use the snowmobile to carry it back. That seems like even... No. No. Is there a profile? I highly doubt it. Am I gonna have to admit defeat? And use the guide. Drag it behind me. Dragged it behind me all the way. Is it like... I use a snowmobile to carry it back. God. Fuck it, I don't care. Let's see what the guide says. Wait. Is that something I... No, fuck. Damn it. Damn it. Didn't I already do this? The weather report? What? Huh? Couple of such way back out of sound and important is very important. Now, fuck. Something about this? Weather report in this? Huh? Whatever. Fucking fine. I lose. But like, I did guess weather report. I knew what the game kind of wanted me to do. I hit it the wrong statement. So that's on me, I guess. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. What? Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on... Oh. Yeah, caught on fire, okay. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burnt down.
What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Let's fucking know!
Order! Order! Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Duanim was discovered in the Hazakura temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Duanim's body. He makes a good point. On both accounts.
That's right.
I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory's still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you use some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burned out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Oh my god, is it the flying? Is it the flying picture? Did she fly across it? Oh no. When the bridge was on fire, was what Butt saw fucking Misty Faye flying over it? Oh no. I have a feeling that's gonna have something to do with the answer. Straight up flying humans. Go!
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Her demeanor has changed. I mean, I don't want to try to just try to prove my theory correct, but she, in like the past, like this testimony and last testimony, but especially right here, her demeanor and the way she's talking and not like all sad and stuff, it sounds just like how what's her face, Dalia, sounded and stuff. Like, what if Dalia, I'm telling you, Dalia somehow has possessed this body. That's my guess. Somehow, whether it was by force or some, like I said, some ancient shadow technique. Like, it's not the Curane channeling technique, it's like the evil a-go-go technique, and then you can just take over someone's body. Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Yes, I am. She flew.
So it's just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge will add to the court record. Take in the morning. Okay. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. That Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. More sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Cross-exam.
I think it was only 4 statements. It's a brief testimony. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, excuse me, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Huh. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. Start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. I assume it's gotta be the fucking... I'm gonna save. We're gonna get out of this case with full fucking health. I'm gonna tell you that. I will tell you that. I'm gonna present flying picture on this one. Nope. Yeah, baby. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous!
Who is it? Who is this witness?
Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Dunham.
Brilliant?
Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does the sketch prove anything? Yes. I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory.
Upside down?
What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. I should say. Upside down? Is it the picture actually upside down somehow? Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Larice Dunham is... Evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction, or exactly what happened. Is the picture upside down? Evidence of nothing sounds like a bad answer to pick. A complete contradiction also sounds bad. All right. I know I said I wanted to go full health into this. I have a feeling I'm going to be wrong. I mean, do I pick exactly what happened and then I'm going to like find my way through it? Or do I pick like a complete contradiction? I don't know. I don't know how this game works. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh.
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
That's the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Oh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way, I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
Alright then, witness will now return to her testimony.
Oh, do I have to do complete... Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no! Do I really? It all comes back to this.
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe the sketch shows the truth.
Very well. Try your luck again. Alright then, let's hear offense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Evidence of nothing or a complete contradiction. I mean, evidence of nothing is... I'll try this. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Dunham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? What contradicts reality? I'm gonna say the person flying in the air. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now? It was lethal. Okay.
Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, the answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing.
Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Point to something else. Your Honor, please give me one more chance. In a tight spot now. What I really need to do is turn this case upside down. It's time for me to flip things around and get them straight again in my head.
Do you know what you're saying this time?
He's doing him stated it over and over that the sketch was exactly as I saw it. Yes, he was looking upside down. However, if we're to believe... What? Is it the suspension parts? How do I... No, that's what I want to see. Let me check this. Maybe I point to the suspension things. I mean, I guess I would maybe... It's this wire connected to the bridge.
A wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality is supposed... Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. I would assume it's then this that I just checked, right? Or is it gonna be, is there another picture? Is maybe that? I'm gonna assume it's just a thing that we were literally just given. Please be right.
Please. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
the wires are below the guard wires.
Order! 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 This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Larice Dunan witnessed the events while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. Correct way to view Larice Dunham's sketch is like this. Whip. Whoa. This is how it should actually look. Okay. Victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous.
Order! Order, order, oh god.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Today is the day. Lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Okay, maybe that. Taking my taken. No. It's gotta be one of these many pictures that I have, right? I mean, is it this photo again? There's a rope that just swings. Just loose. There's just a loose thing.
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. Take it to the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. Oh my god, just swung that shit. Holy shit. No fucking way. Okay. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Glug, 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 glug.
Mr. Godot? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that's not at all an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Wright, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? I mean, do I just show the picture again? Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? Is it this? Because then that was on the other side near the bridge, right? Because it was found there, which means they would have been swung. Swung. I'm gonna guess it's... I'm feeling the music. Elise's autopsy report. Photo. Crime photo. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be this picture again. Found in the garden. Burnt letter. Let me just make sure there isn't some weird... No. No, not that. Alright, I'm just gonna try this. Fuck it. Fuck it. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the only one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, well, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now, let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. Boop, 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 whee. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, he must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that... Oh, was I supposed to show that? Whoops. Maybe I could have shown either. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. Crystal was found. Ah.
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Get fucked. It's physics.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night.
My question is, so how would she still have that thing on her? So if you're swinging a body, are you also strapping her staff to it? You know what I mean? Like, think about it for a second. If we're claiming, I mean, I assume this is then the correct answer, unless like Godot says something about this. But like, if I'm gonna swing the body on this pendulum-like thing over the bridge, and I'm fastening the body to the rope to swing her, I'm not also gonna be like, oh, remember your fucking staff, and then like also strap that to her body and swing that with her. You know what I mean? Seems a little weird. Just a little weird. That's all I'll say. Just a little.
An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright?
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do?
Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright.
Uh-oh. Save, maybe?
Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Now. We have, I'm going to say, 2.5 possible answers. Could be Bikini. Right? Or what if, big brain, the answer is her channel with Pearls doing her thing, right? Does that make sense? Pearls channeling her? Do I just want to guess Bikini? Let me try it first.
Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say.
That aroma just now smelled of sulfur. Perhaps there are chances of... Okay. Alright. You know what? That wasn't my real answer. I'm going to say right now, not my real answer. My real answer, as wild as it seems, is going to be her. I think it's her, and then they're going to be like, but she's dead. I'm going to be like, no.
Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say.
Okay. Nope. Never mind. Take that back. Receive the body in the Hazakura Temple. Was it Butts? Was he doing a fucking idiot? I mean, there's only so many answers, right? Can't be her. We tried her. It's not gonna be Edgeworth. Wouldn't be her. It wouldn't also be Iris, right? Can't be her. Well, I tried her. It can't be her. She was dead. It's not going to be these two. So the answer is then going to be Pearl or Clarice. That doesn't sound right. Let me try her.
Well, Mr. Godot.
Oh. Alright. Butts Old bags? Oh, I couldn't have ended the series on the finale stream without saying old bags, right?
Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say.
Well, who the fuck is it then? I've answered everything. I've thrown every answer I can at the game. Ooh, It wouldn't be Maya, would it? God. Dude. I mean, there's only so many people here, right? Is it Iris and it's like a weird twist? It can only be you. What is the Okay, let me try to think. I'm gonna try to deduct this. So he's gonna have to say then that because up to this point, as the player, we've assumed that Iris was the one who was doing the swinging, right? But she was doing the receiving. Oh, she was doing the receiving, so then it was her sister probably being channeled by Pearls that did the original part, the first part there. Gathered body, swung it. Then it was Pearls channeling Dalia. Can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the... Cutie pie is weird. That's a weird thing to say. In her temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness also was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Oh, strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
So I had the right idea. I guessed Pearls, and I guessed the other sister. I guessed Dalia. I had the idea, but the way about it... Let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? Oh, it is her. Oh, I might be right. My theory might be correct. She was acting strange and different.
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean that this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand? Her real name is... I'm so smart, dude. Look at me, so smart. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. been a long time, Dalia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne! Oh!
Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dalia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dalia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. I got a boner. I remember that boner like it was yesterday. It was 5 years ago.
My name is Dalia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. My boner is bigger.
Oh, nice fade to color there.
But according to this, Dalia Hawthorne is already dead. Says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? Order, order, order.
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the curing channeling technique flows within that body.
A curing channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dalia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dalia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dalia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was... Well, if you're going to put things that way then, yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. Oh, I've been talking a lot. I need a drink here. Just been like going on and on. And I'm like, okay, get some water now or? I'm like pedal to the metal. Just trying my best. Okay. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dalia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them? Even the time the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister bikini stall at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely, one Dalia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dalia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. Witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dalia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Whee! That animation, dude. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the iris that received the body was the real iris. Are you with me so far? Yes? After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real iris and the spirit of Dalia somehow switched places.
Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dalia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dalia Hawthorne?
Sure. The judge looks at Phoenix and he's like in his head imagines like a big yes button or a big no button, and then he's like, after 3 games worth of it, he looks at yes and he's like, sure. Click. I'll figure it out once I say yes. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Oh, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... Oh, it's Edgeworth. Oh, and that's why he's sorry. Oh, because of the earthquake. Oh, I knew it. Or I know it, right? I'm going to be pissed if I'm wrong, but... Damn it. Oh, we're blaming Edgeworth. God. Poor Edgeworth and his phobia of earthquakes. Damn.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake. Oh my goodness. The inner temple, this kind of tremor might... Oh, it's shaking. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true. Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dalia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling a...
Be quiet. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Oh, there goes my boner again. That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dalia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What the fuck is going on here?
Dalia Hawthorne. Ooh, now Phoenix is like, now it's fucking personal. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Oh, shit. Alright, because I think tonight is going to be a marathon to get to the end of this game, I'm going to give myself, if we get to a to be continued and a save, because I assume there's going to be multiple parts. I mean, we're at least getting a second. I'm going to give myself like a 5 to 10 minute break. I'll hit up a BRB screen. And then I'll allow myself some restroom time, some water breaks. You do the same. We all take a small break. If you're watching the VOD, of course, you can just fast forward. You archivers out there, you watch it on your own time. And then we'll be back. I'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. All right? Let me save before anything bad happens. And we'll continue to finish this trial. 4-2. Back in a sec. sit in my chair. Enough of you, Yoshi. Enough. Enough, I've said. Alright. I'm back. Refreshed. Ready for part 4-2. Is this the final part then? Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 7. Dude, I'm gonna fucking scream if we have to go back out and investigate more. I'm gonna say right now, I will scream on stream if we have to go investigate.
Now then, let's continue where we left off before the save to be continued, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, my boner seems to be at 3/4. So we gotta hurry. It seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony! Exclamation point! Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The plan. God, this look that she does, just like slightly over the shoulder, like, fuck you. The look is just like, alright, she really hates everyone here. Alright. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. That was quick.
So that seems all God.
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way. Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. I'm important here too.
To kill Maya. Could it be true? The plan. Okay, how many statements do we have? 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, let's commence the pressing. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Who? What execution is done by hanging? There's no fucking way. That's like a hanging? What kind of fucked up world does this live in? I mean, I don't mind saying it at this point. In this point in my life, I'm very anti, like, execution for punishment, you know, for many reasons, right? But, for, like, legal, you know, kind of things. I think now you'll only find I think lethal injection is probably the most common thing. And then I forget what states, and I'm definitely not an expert on this fact, but I think you can choose to be done by firing squad in some states. I think you can choose it if you want, which is kind of fucked up when you think about it, but there's hanging. Jesus. Alright, well, anyways, how did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fey the master of curing? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her in an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? Okay. And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Okay. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? That cold-hearted bitch! You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. How do you punish a dead person? Damn it! Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care, less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Moving on. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's she's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. I have to slow down when I get to that so I don't stumble on it. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Oh shit, she's pulling out the pet names. She must fucking die again. Phoenix, don't get flustered. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? Bullshit. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What'd you say? So this woman, Dalia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? This is a new statement then, yeah? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. Thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. What piece of evidence? I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan. What she was after as well. Okay, so I assume it's gonna be this last statement that popped up. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey? What my goal was? Ba-da, ba, ba, ba-da, ba, ba. I'm a-looking. I mean, it's not gonna be a person's profile now, is it? No, he said evidence. And you know, despite my many problems with this game, I'm pretty sure if it says evidence, they try to make it clear that it is literally a piece of evidence. No. I should probably save, right? Let's just be safe. It's not a problem. Okay. It's not gonna be that. No. It shows that I'm a defense attorney. I don't think it's gonna be that. I'm lost in the sauce. Elisa's autopsy report. Tracks photo. Crime photo. What evidence do I have that would show why she would want to kill Maya Fey? Maya Fey. I mean, I could just start guessing at things, but I mean... This is not gonna be right. That's not right. What is it? Alright, let me make sure the other statements aren't something I can do. Plan went wrong, but seemed to have succeeded anyway. It was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. I mean, do I understand why you would kill Maya Fey? Is it just to get revenge on Mia? But I don't know what piece of evidence I would be. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, you know what? I could just sit here and guess a bunch of things, or... Oh, shit, it is that. God damn it. I said the damn thing. Dude. Oh, I checked the guide and it's this fucking thing. I said this. I literally went to the profile and was like, no, it wouldn't be her. Oh, yeah. I literally gave the game the benefit of the doubt, and I said, no, the game is pretty good. If it says evidence, it doesn't mean someone's profile picture. And look where we are a couple minutes later. God damn, dude. Oh, I hit the wrong button. God, I'm pissed. I'm pissed at myself. I'm pissed at the game. I'm more pissed at myself. I had the answer. I just didn't trust myself to click the button. Fuck me. Honestly... Just... Oh, the game's gonna get its final laughs at me. It's fine. It's fine. It's understandable. Could it be? Dude, I said it, too. I said it was because she was wanting to get revenge. Probably. He's probably just gonna say, oh, it was probably the case from the previous... You know, we saw in episodes, like, 1 and... Was it 4 or 3? I don't remember. 4, I think. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
It's exactly what I said. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized... There's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
Oh, and how do you do that? I'm slow.
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. Dude, I really hope this trial ends with us pulling some, like, some fucking anime ass like shadow fucking do what Yugi does. Like season 0 Yu-Gi-Oh. Fucking mind crush her, like destroy her from beyond the grave and just crush her spirit somehow so that she feels some kind of pain even though she's dead. I don't know, just fucking do something. That night, God, ghosts in real life should start committing more crimes. If ghosts were a real thing, like true ghosts, you'd think they'd be pulling a lot of crimes, right? We can't punish them. It's the perfect defense. They're a ghost. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put it on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Dunim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She's a fucking idiot. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
Oh, what did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern. Got it. Surrounded by darkness. Who would have known? The two words, sacred cavern, would be the worst enemy of this game to me.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted. It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. Sacred. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern, god damn it, was alright. Stupid girl. Came out from the it's stupid words. Dude, nope, we're not reading anymore. I came out from the blank and got a feel for the situation. I refuse. I've been defeated by a couple words. And I locked her away in my place. Oh, God. Okay. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Matricide? Maybe it's Maybelline? Her own mother. No way!
Order! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in this blank is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Oh, where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Godot here. Okay. Thanks. I assume this is the blood testing, I'd assume. On the knife. The knife. Beep.
Is it something important?
They just finished removing the lock. Oh, no, I'm wrong. They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the blank. The cavern.
No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No.
No. No. Not Maya. It seems this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Duonim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Huh. Coffee. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Let me take a look at the... Let's just do this. Oh, yeah, there's like a bank. Is that what you would call that thing? There's like... I don't know geography terms. There's land there. If you jump from that, you're not going to be able to get into the water, basically. I assume that's what he's about to say. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax. Think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? I'll try the fucking map.
What was that face he was making there? Why was his eye stuck like that? Let me see the delay. Yeah, he was like caught in a weird freeze frame there. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. You dum-dum. Ground. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we'd be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Huh. So you finally figured it out? You.
No. Order.
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know now that she didn't throw herself into the Eel River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
It's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dalia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Oh, he's gonna mind crush her. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this courtroom. Inner Temple. Hazakura Temple. Huh? Okay, names of temples. Okay. I'm gonna say she wouldn't be in Hazakura Temple. That would be fucking nuts, right? That would be very not explainable. Very not explainable. So then the other answers are Inner Temple, which we've already checked. There's no way she's in the fucking courtroom, right? I mean, it seems like such a wild enough answer to be the right answer. But if it's wrong, I'm gonna feel like a big dum-dum. But I mean, that hasn't stopped me this whole series, clearly. God, what if it was this courtroom? What if I go this courtroom and then the fucking judge stands up and, like, somehow Maya has, like... I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm gonna... The answer cannot be Hazakura Temple, right? But, like, it also can't be Inner Temple. They checked the Inner Temple, we've gotten that thing, right? So it wouldn't be Inner Temple. And in the courtroom sounds so bizarre. I mean, I saved it. I don't have to worry that much, but, like, I want to get it correct. Alright, I'm just gonna try this. Fuck it. Fuck it, I say. It's already been proven that she isn't on the Inner Temple side. So that means she must be somewhere in the Hazakura Temple. They don't look like they like my answer.
Mr. Wright, let me ask a question that I'm sure is on everyone's mind. Bridge was already on fire when the murder took place, correct?
Just so you know, my heart is also on fire and it aches from your stupidity.
So the impossibility of Maya Fey escaping from the Inner Temple side has already been adequately proven, has it not?
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not gonna... Just, not gonna take that. We're just gonna... Alright, you know what? Fuck it. In this courtroom. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Go! It's not gonna be right, right? There's no way. What do you mean she's in the courtroom? There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey's here?
You say she's in my courtroom.
Dalia Hawthorne? I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Oh, that's Dalia. What do you mean? Judge, shut up! Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dalia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dalia Hawthorne? Person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dalia Hawthorne, said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be?
Could it be, I mean?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. Path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. What was that? Oh, there we go. You're saying that I, Dalia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Whoa! What? Oh, shit! Oh, God! A jump scare. Sorry, I had to get a drink there. Mia Faye? It's been a long time, Dalia Hawthorne. Oh, well, he was interested in Mia when he was Diego. Oh, it's all coming together. We're all meeting in the fucking courtroom. Mia, Dalia, Diego, the judge. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Yeah, it's obviously Pearls. God damn it, Phoenix. Tell me something, Dalia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of that fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. Dude, honestly, I'm starting to get it all. It's all starting to get me, but with the possession, the body possession thing, and like the way they're jumping through, like a dead body jumping, or dead person jumping through the different bodies, I was getting things slightly like mixed up in my own head during this whole time, but it was established that Dalia first was in the body of Misty Faye, the mom, and then went to the garden area, and that's where then the square down between the showdown between Maya and Misty was, because Misty was being currently channeled by Dalia, and now this is where they're explaining then what happened in that moment. All very confusing. You know what? You introduce jumping bodies and time travel. I'm not saying this game is doing time travel, but I'm saying in any work of fiction, you introduce body jumping or time travel, you're asking to just be confused constantly. I still will never forgive Kingdom Hearts introducing time travel into their plot. The biggest sin that this series did was introduce time travel. Goddamn, Nomura. Okay. Anyway, actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. Okay, what's happening? Okay, that's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. Okay, she explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. It's fucking nuts. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dalia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dalia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dalia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dalia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dalia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Damn, that's a statement. Just another failure to add to the pile of shame. Get fucked. What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dalia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping? Your very first crime? This animation again. Whoop. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. It wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. And the fucking audience just turning their heads like, It's like they're doing one of those like icebreaker incident or like things where it's like someone in the front of the room is like, all right, turn to your left. Look at the person to your left. Now look at the person at the right. Say hi to them and whatever the fuck. It's been a while since I've had to do an icebreaker, thank God. Dude, the last time I would have had to do an icebreaker kind of thing, if anything, was like when I changed jobs, like, how long ago was it? Almost 3 years? I guess like 2.5 years ago. But it was right before the pandemic. And I was scheduled to be in like a week long, like, basically introduction kind of thing. Like a couple weeks into my new hire at the new company I'm at. But right as that was scheduled to happen, then everyone started working from home because of the pandemic. So, like, I didn't have to do anything. So the pandemic saved me from having to do, like, a new workplace. I'm pretty sure the pandemic saved me from doing a new workplace, like, ice-breaking week-long event thing. Thank God. It'll never not be funny to me that I did, like, change jobs right before the pandemic, and I have, like, no idea how, like, working in that place's office was actually, like, supposed to feel like, because I was there for, like, nothing, and then we pivoted all to just working from home, and I've stayed that way. I'm just, like, it was a weird couple of months there right before the, like, massive pandemic, like, shutdown kind of stuff. Timing, man. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Get fucked, Dalia. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Grr. Grr. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dalia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. Oh shit. We're having a girl boss off. You know what? I'd rather this. I'd rather, honestly, in a, like, a cool way, I would rather this, like, it's almost like, ooh, what's another game? I would rather this 3-game trilogy kind of make it so that, like, this is the story of Mia Fey, but we're just getting it told through the perspective of Phoenix because he happened to be alive, right? And Mia's dead. It's kind of hard to play the game as this type of game, you know what I'm saying? It's, okay, my example would be, like, it's like, oh man, this example. Final Fantasy X. Really? The main character, technically, you play as, like, Tidus, right? But I would make the argument, and most people probably would, that really, it's a story mostly about Yuna, right? Like, she's the main, what I would consider, like, the main character. The story is about her. But Tidus is, like, looked at as the main character. But really, you know what I mean? I want that kind of situation. So if this finale ends up being, like, oh, this is Mia versus Dalia. Both dead from beyond the grave kind of thing. That's cool. That is better. What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Grr. 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 Growl. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. It's very true, Dalia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dalia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You? Ooh. Screen shaking. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh no, she's gonna be like, there's gonna be like a weird, like, I just imagine like it's either gonna be one of two things. Either like she turns into like a spirit just like comes out of the mouth, kind of like cartoonishly, and it's just like a ghost image, and then Maya's just there. Or like she becomes like, I don't know, fucking just like mutates into something, right? Vowels. Oh, she's shaking something. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's a thing. Whoa. It's a ghost. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Whoa! What's happening? The judge is like,
Holy shit! I don't want to be here anymore. I'm retiring.
oh, hi Maya. Nick, sis. They see that happening, and then the crowd just goes. Why is that so funny to me? They just see a spirit, a ghost, come out of the body of someone and just like burn into flames or whatever. Like the most supernatural like experience that could ever possibly happen in this like games universe. And then like the body is just there and then collapses. And then the like no raised voices. No one stands up and like freaks out. They just go. They'll just mutter to each other. They're like, hey, you see that shit? They're like, where are the cameras? Am I being pranked right now? Holy shit. Oh my god. I gotta. Oh, okay. Ooh, that's very funny to me. Okay.
No, then what the fuck? I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see.
Oh wait, did I say Maya? I didn't mean Maya. Dude, there's too many names now at this point. It's honestly, I mean, the game already tries to do its cute thing with like Misty, Mia, Maya. Like already, the game already tries to get confusing on you. And then you're like, all right, now we're going to bring back all these old characters. We're going to recycle them. Oh yeah, there's old bags as well. what I mean? Too much. Iris. Dalia. Flower names. Iris and Dalia.
In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dalia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Huh. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Oh my god, this is what he comes out and he's like,
I'm also a medium. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the curing channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it is time to pass judgment in this case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh. Oh, he's getting another cup of coffee. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dalia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and stab. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dalia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dalia. Elise Duonim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Yeah, you're telling me, Phoenix. That's my reaction. The game's not over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way.
This court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Oh God, get a room.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. Oh, it was, God, It's too much. That was Maya, wasn't it? When she just backed out. Like, this game also is weird with its presentation. That was Maya, right? Maya did currently have Dalia in her right there. Because that was the whole big thing. And that's why then he's saying, oh, we can't put her through this. She just fucking had a hell spawn come out of her. Right? It was Maya. So then, why is Iris just standing here? I'm getting huffy and puffy. Oh, this game. I was right. I was right from the beginning. And then I'm just fucking, I'm just. Deep breaths. Prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. Austin's mind clearly needs it. Look at him. I'm looking. He looks dead and tired. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Do I have battery in this controller? Yeah, okay. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve? But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court. Defendant, lobby, number 1. Mambo, number 5. I don't know if I've said this at all throughout this whole series, but literally from the first episode, first time we've seen the time thing, from the very first Phoenix Wright game, all the way to now, anytime we've seen the time card say courtroom number whatever, in my head, I've repeated back to myself like Mambo number 5, and I hate it. I've hated it. Maybe that's why I hate this game. Mambo number 5 every time I play. I'm haunted by Mambo number 5. Bam, 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 bam. Can I get like 5 seconds of Mambo number 5? Not even 5 seconds. I need just enough that I won't get anything content claimed. I'm going to go to a random section. I'm going to go 2 seconds, all right? Mind your ears. Ooh, actually, yeah, massively mind your ears. Okay, here we go. 2 seconds. Little bit of Erica, dude. All right, here we go. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dalia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dalia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that? Oh, by God, the game is gonna end! Oh, God! Dalia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was a case that wounded Mia so badly. By God! But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. I feel like I still have like 10 hours left to go. With the pace that I do things, apparently, with this game, it's like, I still feel like we still have... some people, you must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. It's Diego! God, oh no, he's hot. After... I also think of that line every time that shows back when we were showing Diego. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dalia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. You. I read that weird. You. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Ring, ring, beep. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But... The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Ring. Beep. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? We're gonna do the swinging pendulum technique. It's much like the seesaw technique in fucking Danganronpa V3. It's gonna with that swinging pendulum. Go! This is another animation. Anytime we get like these animations, it always is very funny to me. We've got the body falling from the bridge. We got this thing. Ugh. Very good. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. Oh, the blade was still in her body. That answers my question from like 2 hours ago. So they just kept the thing in her, the blade in her body, and then strapped her into the thing and then swung her like... Oh, it's so good. Okay. All right, sure, yeah. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shidishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her. Man, talk about returning characters. We even had a returning golden statue and the multi-pronged blade return. Like, this game loves returning characters so much, and yet we brought back basically a character that's a fucking golden statue and the blade thing as a pivotal point to a case. Wild. Wild. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris. No, Phoenix keeps saying one more thing. I'm not going to accept this. He has now said at least twice, I have one last question. Just one more thing. One last thing. Fucking Phoenix. No more questions after this. We got a game to get through, alright? Just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't. Why? Why? I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff updated. The actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant! Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dalia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well, then. I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh? Okay. Something she wants to tell me. What? What was that? So, wait, am I not privy to what she said? Check the delay. Hurry. Okay, something she wants to tell me. And then she just fades. What? Huh? Huh? Okay, sure. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Oh, hi, Mia. Mia? How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who at least doing him really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. Told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? What exactly do you mean? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dalia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. No one's help. Fuck off, Mia. Oh, another to be continued. Okay. Alright, that means I get another little break here. We're gonna break. Like I said, 5 to 10 minutes at max. And we'll, go, I guess, into part 4-3. I will be right, back. it's very appropriate that this video that I ripped this BRB from, I didn't rip the BRB, I literally just ripped the video and then added BRB there, but it's the video that I got this from is called What I'm Thinking Of, I think. You can find it like online. This is basically what my brain looks like at this point as we're nearing the end of that is what my brain looks like. All right, did I save? Let's go. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 7. Mumbo number 5. I've said it out loud now. I can say it now. It's fine. It's fine. Mumbo number 5. Deep breaths.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Test?
Yes, test. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. My voice has mutated a bit. It's fine. This might be the last part of this game. We will never have to do this voice again.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. I didn't forget about it. Phoenix, you're an idiot. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or...
Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. Oh great, faulty results. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now,
Sorry, I was taking a drink. What if every time I, like, paused for, like, a couple seconds to take a drink, like, I'd put my camera on, I'd just be like, and then just take, like, a sip, and then just, like, turn the camera right back off. Just, like, get the fuck out of there.
that is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
Also, apologies if my hair was looking fucking weird there. Dude, I panicked, got a haircut this morning. And I was like, it's one of those necessary evils at this point where I'm just like, for the next couple days, it's gonna look fucking atrocious. But it's gotta be done. Alright.
That is all. Now let's restart the trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. Blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close, thank God. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Man, it feels so fitting if it's Maya here in the center here, on the witness stand, I should say. It's like fitting. It's a fitting way to end this game, I guess. Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Hi, Maya. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Curain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Damn, that's upsetting. Oh, Maya. Pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any. Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. Alright, harsh love there. A little bit, Okay, but Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, Oh, it's still him. I was like, on the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the Inner Temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, person who hit you. It was Dalia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies. Okay. To be walking around alone. What the fuck? Everyone looks at Godot as he says that, and like it gives him like a weird eye. It's like, okay.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. Oh, you know what I need to do? Before I forget, this has nothing to do with the stream too, but I need to do a thing. There's a thing I must do. Okay. You will never know what I did. Okay, Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. She's weakened. She's in a weakened state. At the Inner Temple. How many statements do I have? 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm not gonna get punished for pressing, am I? We're not gonna have to do with this whole nonsense. Hopefully. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. I mean, she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Okay, who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Press harder. Squeeze her. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
a spirit that was channeled by at least doing him, Dalia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. I was dark, and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Just dirty.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow. Sounds like a poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? So you're certain that you screamed, "Help me"? I think so. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's gotta be what I screamed. Huh. Is it all that strange, Trite, for her to have screamed, "Help me"? No, but something about that bugs me. Why would you face someone that's trying to kill you and go through the trouble of screaming for help?
All right then, witness. Go on with your testimony.
Oh, okay. Okay, I should ask the other question then, right? Wait a minute. Maya, what's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah? But you testify that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, it's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well out there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. But what is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Oh, witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. But done. Huh. Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. The fuck? A man? Oh, it's a man. A man? A man? Larry? Huh? It can't be. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. See a man behind. But it was not lit. It wasn't lit. It was certified not lit. It was a not lit situation. Didn't get it like lit like. So there's a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's a killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
Oh, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No!
Order! Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Is that how you pronounce it? I don't fucking know French, dude. Remember me fucking voicing the French person in the other episode? That was a fucking disaster. Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
Damn, a spoony bard reference. Fucking hell. I'm sure 2% of people saw that and got the fucking... We're like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy. I remember that time in Final Fantasy. The stupid line, spoony bard. 2%. I'm gonna set the line at 2%. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in this witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. No.
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Huh. You talk a good game, Trite. Well, let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Wait, I have to just pick? Huh? Huh? I mean, no fucking way, right? Okay, it can't be Dick. No way it's Larice, right? It can't be Edgeworth, could it? It can't be fucking him, could it? What if it is him? And what if she's protecting him because she knows who it is? It's Diego. That would be too weird, right? That's too weird, right? I mean, we don't have a ton of guys on this page, right? I mean, throwing in Larry is weird. That would just be so fucking weird. It's got to be someone that's, like, of importance, right? Edgeworth? No fucking way. I mean, I just gotta fucking pick. Oh, no. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible. Yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
They should have made the C dash red as well. Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Is it gonna make that sound?
This is, but it can't be.
Huh. God damn. That was a nice bit of deduction, Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Huh. I'm gonna take a sip. Just like he did. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Witness, Mr. Wright. Oh,
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
chattering.
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Okay. What? Huh? What kind of reasoning is that? What? Huh?
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Cadeau said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright. Here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so what has happened? What the fuck is happening? So you lost consciousness when you were first in the garden. Is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple
Could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. Is it going to make me backtrack to that statement? The torches were lit? Yes. That's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I was going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
Killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
It's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. Only one who would gain anything for that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? Did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would they want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed into the snow?
Yeah?
The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount.
It's true. Could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, do I have to press... What was it? It was the second statement, right? Will it change something here? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. I felt something. You did? Wait, this is new, right? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
Oh, what? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. Would you add that to your testimony?
Man, the judge loves yelling at people to add shit to testimonies. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Chef. Okay, I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. It was for my sake. They did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Crane killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Okay, so now I gotta figure out what the fuck. Killer cleaned up. What would I show? I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. I have no idea where to go. I mean, this was the statement that was added. So you would want to assume that you would have to show something here, right? But I mean, what in here could you disprove? I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence. This. No, no, no. I mean, this is the only... I mean, this was found in that... The thing is, it's the only thing that was, like, found there. I don't think this could be an answer, but I might as well try, because it was also in the garden where this all happened, and it wasn't cleaned up. Nope. 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 Is it this, maybe? This is also in the garden. Nope. I don't know. I gotta look at the guide. I don't want to sit here for minutes and minutes and minutes just being like, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. Ah, shit. I was supposed to... God damn. God damn. I was supposed to do this because her name is still on there. God damn it. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm not upset. Whatever. Honestly, we just gotta end the game. I just want to see the end of this. I'm not even gonna be... I'm not gonna, like, sit here and just read off every answer. But I'm not gonna be upset at myself for having to look up the answer at this point. We just sit here for 3 fucking games, you know, man? I've been along on this journey. I've had enough of my own smart moments during this game. I get some freebies. The body of Elise doing him. Dude, here's the thing. If I actually cared, I could very easily just follow a guide and not say anything. And you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. I mean, from the very start. I mean, I could probably throw in some wrong answers to, like, make it look ideal. But here's the thing. Authenticity, realness, truth, facts. That's what you get on this channel. With me, that's what you get. I'll let you know if I ever look up answers to anything. Truth, authenticity, facts, the Austin way. The body of Elise Duanim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? And then we're going to link it to that he couldn't see it. Obviously, he previously couldn't see the blood. This is awkward. You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on that white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Oh, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. He just goes, well, I couldn't see it. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, then leave the bloody writing on the land? Well, this is really awkward. Dude, does Godot think I'm a fucking idiot? It was literally him. And we proved he couldn't see it. You fool. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Oh, then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
Yeah, the killer didn't notice it. We've discussed this. This has been, dude, Judge Godot, Phoenix, everyone involved in this court. We've been over this. We've been over this. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Any normal person. And then we all look at Godot like... normal. You're right. There's no way... Oh, yeah, he's even saying it. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Profile. Get fucked. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Huh, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. And what an unforced error. I mean, you have to assume Mr. Godot, I said Mr. Godot because literally Phoenix said Mr. Knows that he can't see red things, right? So he shouldn't have said all of that. Especially because the judge said, oh, it's written in blood. Like at that point, Godot should be like, I'm gonna just keep my mouth shut. If he was truly smart. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Bien. Oh yeah, this was a thing. Dude, I totally forgot about this. Ah, it was a thing. He couldn't, yeah. Yeah, wow, what a pull. What a pull. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. Blood-covered stain smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red lighting on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Okay. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out that... Godot is the murderer? Diego Armando? It's just... I feel as if we're still waiting for like another twist to happen. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Duonin, also known as Miss Misty Faye. Miss.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright is...
I'm so gonna be thankful never to have to do the judge voice again.
Brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain.
Judge, shut up! I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, trite.
Yeah,
Why do I keep saying judge voice? God. It's because I literally said can't wait till I do can drop the judge voice. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
the snow. How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Oh.
Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Could it be?
Yes, killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all the snow. Couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems. Once again, this trial's taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Or should I say, Go Murderer?
Wait just a minute. Maya?
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya? You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. Oh, I'm afraid I'm confused as fuck.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dalia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, trite.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Pearls. Pearls? Okay. Let's go. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first, and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Huh. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but Well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. Let's go. After the incident. Alright, let's press. Commence the pressing. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dalia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dalia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of at least Duonin. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
I've only done 2 so far. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Cavern. God, I did it. Dalia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Trey? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes. Then Mr. Godot. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out investigation in my own way. Godot style. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Fucking judge style.
Huh. So maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Phoenix style. Go. You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Can you find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed for the prep room.
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? Must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise doing him. Do I need to ask the question on this thing? Fast forward. Phoenix style. This. So you cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl, first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Faye. Really? The bridge had burned down, and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly. I love pearls. I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
Oh, what a sweet story.
You had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? Okay, so am I supposed to go on that here on this statement then? Alright, I do really need to go to the restroom, so I will be right back. Give me like a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. I'll just leave it on the screen. Oh, I had hit the... Oh, that was really weird. For the first time in forever, instead of... So I could, like, mute myself two ways. I can mute myself in OBS, or I can mute myself on the mic, the physical mic. And for a while, like years ago, I would do it on the physical mic. By hitting the button like this and just like this. But, like, there's, like, obviously a slight sound of me pressing, I think, the button that gets picked up. So then I started getting the habit of muting myself on OBS. And for some reason that time, I did it on the mic and not OBS, which confused me. Because then I muted myself in OBS, thinking I was unmuting myself. Confusion. Brain dead. I'm about hitting that point. Okay, so there's... There was something weird said when I did this. I'm gonna reread this. Let me reread what's said here. And then he goes, oh yeah, Gangnam Style. And then he goes, Judgy Style. And then I go, Phoenix Style. You say you conduct no find anything. Looks like I was... After all, didn't see the writing. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western taste, could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? And then he goes, wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? Okay, so I think what's trying to be portrayed here is that I think Phoenix mistook it for a second, but I think he's gonna say, or what the game is trying to point out here is that Godot didn't see the gravy stained thing here. And he was claiming he saw just this unstained version of this. So I believe... Or how do I... do I just press it on that, or present it on that statement? Go ahead and I'll save before. Here I go. Oh shit, I fucked up. Wait, no? No. That not it? Do I put it on this one? That's when Mr. Godot arrived? Ah! Aha! Mr. Godot? I guess I put on the wrong statement. The first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. Shit smeared.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell? Oh, shit.
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Yeah, ding dong. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? But take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
And you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True. But Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Cadeau, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours? It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh?
What do you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan?
Wait, what am I supposed to show here? Could I do this? This? Opened once before? Opened once before, maybe? I mean, this is the only item that I have that has the plan. Opened once before. I forget what does opened once before mean. I mean, in this context, it would mean like it was looked at before. I don't know. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, Killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. Dude, I can't tell if this game is gonna go, okay, yes, Godot here is the killer, or there's gonna be like a final pivot, right? It seems weird to me if he is the final killer, because we know Godot is Diego Armando. But this goes back to my thing of where I'm really hoping this game's reveal that this is Diego Armando as like a reason why he wouldn't be the killer in this situation. I really hope that they don't use that as like a big thing, because I already know this. Because I paid attention to the game. And I would assume most players at this point are like, oh, because we did the back and forth flashback episodes, right? Like, you bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. If he ends up actually being the killer, the big bad, I hope there's a good written reason for him doing all this. You know what I mean? Even though he was in a relationship with Mia and all this jazz. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, you know what? Gameplay aside, it feels like it's gonna be a big bummer if the final resolution to this whole thing just falls flat for me. I'm just gonna sit here and just be like, well, that was an ending. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If you really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, prosecutors such as Mr. Godot.
Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
It's been multiple hours of doing the judge voice, and I can feel my like throat going. My voice is leaving. It's been all Sunday, just no voice. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. One moment. What the fuck? I just got a message on Discord. I gotta put that aside for a moment. I can't even begin to describe. I'm sorry to derail the finale stream here. Okay. Composed. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. God, just scuffed finale stream.
Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
Oh, what's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Profiles. Move over one. Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. Oh, so the game is using this reveal as a dumb thing. Alright, whatever. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Coffee. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando? That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. Tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Oh God, he's handsome. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. Smash. Oh yeah, I remember this moment. It was fucking weird. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Yeah, I smashed that cup for no real reason. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dalia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dalia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. I left the fucking oven on. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dalia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder.
I gotta respond to this message. Give me like a second here. Okay, I responded. Alright.
But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. Okay. Well, we get our answer then, right? I mean, at the time, an episode or two ago, I postulated, is it because did he... You know, there was the far-reaching thing where I was like, oh, maybe someone took, like, not the personality, the role, or took over the Diego Armando for whatever reason, you know what I mean? What's the word I'm looking for? God, it's what happens in longer streams. But, you know, like, took the guise of Diego Armando after he died. I didn't think that was actually going to be the case. But then my other idea was that it was like a faked death, right? That was my original idea. I see. But it just seems like he was probably not officially dead, but it looks like in a coma for a while. Which is a lot lamer than a fake death. An intentional faked death. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. But damn, did it make me look cool. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. Good thing we have a story reason to bring up my white hair. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dalia Hawthorne. Huh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Curane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. Statement. I said that weirdly, but I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day the plan was drawing near, I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially need the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the Maine family and the government? Now that you mention it, Kenny did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Curane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. Police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong a resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? One with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. 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 That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dalia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. No channeling. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dalia Hawthorne into her own body. Okay, that explains why then she channeled Dalia Hawthorne. Because I don't know if I said it earlier, but I was like, why did Misty channel Dalia? I mean, that seems like counterintuitive to a bad choice to do.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dalia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dalia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. Just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, because he's so fucking handsome, you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya? I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Holy shit. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. She wasn't dead, and she struck back, okay? Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dalia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Is this a final testimony in this whole series? Can I just go for the killing blow? Let me see. I thought I'd ask for help, but splattered with blood. She wasn't dead. She struck back at the enemy behind her. She wasn't dead, though? She wasn't dead, though? I mean, call it loss of blood from stabbing the back, so that's not... doesn't seem... Suddenly, red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dalia collapsed. Okay, I'm gonna have to press, aren't I? Light shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were gone from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but press harder. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. His life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Don't turn on the red lights. You don't have to. Whatever.
That blood. Was it... Excuse me, Dalia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, I was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But... And they went out? Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Who are you calling Pinhead? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dalia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
Whoa, what? Man scream? Man scream? Oh, fuck you mean man scream?
Sorry, it's adjusting audio again.
So then that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it. I think Dalia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I just gotta go for it, right? I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said that she already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, The blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. It's the knife thing, right? I mean, it's got fucking this thing, right? And it doesn't match the victim, so this is Godot's blood, right? If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of. It could have been used as a weapon here. If Dalia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Boop 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 boo doo 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 ba doo boop 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 ba da ba ba boop. It's the dagger. Such an odd. If this is literally the final thing, the final answer to this whole fucking, the final piece of evidence that is ever presented to by me, the player, in this Phoenix Wright trilogy, what an anticlimactic final thing. It's just like, yeah, the fucking knife that was there. Remember the fucking knife that was just there at the crime scene that has blood on it, but we've identified as not the victims? Yeah, that knife. The other knife? Yeah, the other thing that's pointy. Like, literally the only other thing out of, like, all of this evidence that I have that could, I mean, it's not gonna be this fucking thing. We already said it's not this because this was already plunged in there. It's not old bags, you know? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dalia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Nope, you're fucking an idiot. You're not you're fucking an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it isn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere in his body. Godot, strip down. Take off your shirt. Let us all see. Immediately. Slowly. Please.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite.
Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. But it can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your test. Oh, shit. Oh, wait a minute. What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. But, Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, His clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe just change his clothes. That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order! Order in the court. What is... Oh, shit.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But... No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Judge takes smart pills during the last recess.
Well then,
Maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. Oh yeah, he got fucking naked to do the murder. That's all. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. Huh? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
how about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Huh. That's good. Fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? What the fuck? No! No, not this! Or should I, do a nice little save? I don't trust myself. I think I made this point earlier. I think there was a thing where I was like, I got pissed at, like, in the second game or something where they did something similar. It was like, you have to go all or nothing. But, like, if they do that, if the stakes are there, you got to make sure that the player, like, picks the right thing, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. Gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's see you fuck this up. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it's impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there would have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. Is it the face? Is it the eyes?
Oh, what did you say?
Hidden? I mean, it's gotta be his eyes, right? Have I cracked the case already? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. Why is it saying different angle? That makes it sound like it's his ass. His ass was stricken. I gotta turn him around and check his ass. Check his ass for a fucking stab or slice. Mr. Godot, please drop your pants. Different angle. Phoenix is like, I always look at things at a different angle. It's like, I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on this clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Wait, what do I pick here? Where's this location? Huh? Wait. The location where you say the killer hid his wound. What do you mean? How... Is the different angle thing because I have to pick a piece of evidence that, like, that has, like, funnily enough, like, links to his eyes? So that would be, like, the hanging scroll because he didn't see... Well, no, that's not why I didn't see that. I would pick, like, this. That sounds so... It feels so wrong. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? And we get the intense cool music, and I'm gonna flub it because... I don't know. This could be very wrong. Alright, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to put this just because I think what he means by different angle is I got to, like, pick a piece of evidence that shows that something about related to his eyes and that he couldn't see the blood, but, like, this is wrong, isn't it? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What do I do know? That you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Well, yep. See, this is stupid. I gotta say, that's stupid. And now I can't sit here and load. I gotta sit through this whole thing. If you do the dramatic, like, oh, you can only pick one thing, and you have a system where it is, like, if you don't save, then you're fucked, like, the answer has to be super obvious. And I don't care. I've said this previously. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe my brain doesn't work for this shit. But also, like, it's clearly not obvious. I don't know what the fuck I'm picking. Why did I not save closer? Save a little closer. What do I pick? Do I just pick his picture? That's lame as shit. I'll try it. Okay. It's not that either. Oh, this is fun. Man, this is such a fun final moment of this game. I hate it here. Fuck am I picking? Dude, okay. A profile doesn't make sense in my opinion, right? Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? No. 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 Hid his wound? Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Now I'm reading into the question, thinking how weirdly it's worded. The sketch. it's not that. Well, now I get to decide. Do I just keep guessing random piece of evidence until I'm correct? Or do I just look at the answer? Because it's clearly, I don't know what the game wants me to say at this point. And if I look at the answer, I'm going to be like, I'm one of two things. Either I'm going to say what I have said like 50% of the time, which is, that's really fucking stupid. Or I'm going to go 50%, be like, oh, I mean, that makes sense, but my mind's just not there. God, I love this system. I love this health system this game has. God, it's so fun to just reload the game. God damn. Oh, lose all your health by getting it wrong once? Oh, man. I love this fucking thing. I don't want to end this series bitter, but damn, dude. It is like this. It do gotta be like this. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Fuck it. The badge. I don't know. I'm just gonna look it up. Fuck it. I don't care. Look at me not caring. Spot where the moon is. Wait, what? The guide says something I already presented. What? Huh? I don't believe this. Wait, what? It's saying to do this, which I feel I've already done. And again, I've already done, so I don't know what the fuck it's talking about. But also, this being the answer is dumb as hell. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound and then you just present his profile? It's you! That's so stupid. I fucking hate this. Alright, let's go. Present again. Let's try. Let me see what happens. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. And what I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What? Oh. What? That's so... I want to fucking scream. Dude. Gonna just like... What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Whoa! It's beneath your mask. I said that. I've said it from the beginning. And now the game pisses me off because it does... Oh, fuck. Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay, so this isn't going to play because you don't know what buttons I was hammering. But when I got the answer wrong, I was immediately trying to press start to try to reload, and it wasn't working. There was one time in there where I did hit start, and it did work. And I was like, why is it only working that one time? And then I chose the dumb answers like the badge or whatever, and it wasn't letting me do it again. That's because I picked the right thing, but it started going to the dialogue of the thing that I picked wrong. And then I thought it was wrong, and so then I was like, oh, reload. I'm just a husk of a man. I'm a husk of a person who started this stream. It's beneath your mask. I knew the answer. Presenting his profile is such a stupid final answer to this whole game. God, that sucks. That sucks, dude. There's a bad taste in my mouth. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I would say this whole case is solved. Oh, it's like he was shot. Just got him. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No? Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even if I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. Oh, you look so cool. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dalia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what I was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Whoa. Oh, God. Help yourself. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, color red doesn't exist. Oh, you're cool. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I was willingly cooperative anyway. And yeah.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. Two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? First time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Oh no, was it her? Oh, whoa, shit. Whoa. Dude, Italian Spider-Man gif right there. Just... You know the gif I'm talking about. If you don't type in Italian Spider-Man gif, I'm sure you'll find it. For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dalia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dalia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. Oh my god. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, My sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepare?
Oh. God, it's not the judge voice. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. Didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dalia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Just alright, thank you. Just want to make sure. I didn't trust. I don't trust this game. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. So his backstory is that it was like a strong cup of coffee that finally woke him up from whatever coma he was kind of in. So is that why now he's just down so much fucking coffee? Or was he a lover of coffee, like a massive lover of coffee before that? Because I kind of like the idea that like he thinks like coffee brought him back to life, and so now he just has to make sure his body composition is always at least 50% coffee. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright? Oh, God. Corny as hell. I love it. Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Duonim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Oh, shit. Court is now adjourned. Fuck out of here. It's been forever.
February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. And maybe for the final time, Mumbo number 5. It's very funny. I always wonder, like, if people are watching, like, this whole series, do they jump around, like, certain points, or they're like, I don't want to watch, like, certain parts. So if I make, like, a joke, if I have, like, a running bit or running gag through, like, a series, or, like, even in just, like, one video, if I said something, like, 3 hours ago, and then I bring it back up now, like, are they just like, what the fuck is he going on about? The extensive Austin streaming lore. If you just jumped into the finale of Phoenix Wright Part 15, Trials and Tribulations, do you know the gag from fucking the beginning of this series, or even the first game? Can't miss that shit. It's like the people that watch all the Marvel movies, dude. They're like, oh, I gotta watch every end credit scenes, you know? What's the equivalent of end credit scenes of these streams? Fucking the rambling shit I go on sometimes, you know? Just saying. There's a lot out there. It's clearly like my brain is like fried and I'm like just rambling about random shit hitting the end of this game. That release. I have that chemical release of finishing a game that's been like a long time running. I think I said like it was like beginning of April I started this. Jesus. My mic arm is really dusty, I'm just noticing too. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. The one thing I don't need from this game, I would like a nice, like, sappy ending. I don't need what I think we got a lot of in, like, the second game was like, alright, here's fucking Dick Gumshoe. Let him say his dumb thing. Alright, let's bring in fucking... Let's bring in Larry. What funny, wacky thing is he gonna say? I don't need all that. Let's have a touching moment between them. I even liked the moment in, I think, the second game where it was like Francisca and Edgeworth. That was nice. That was cool. I don't need, hey, let's remind everyone of all the characters and let them have their thing. That's stupid as shit. I'll say it. I mean, we know the reason why games do stuff like that is because, like, obviously if you build up characters and you're trying to get people attached to them, and then some, of course, there's going to be some fans of, like in this case, Dick Gumshoe. And then at the end, they want, if someone's a fan of Dick Gumshoe, they don't want to disappoint that fan at the end of the game and not give Dick Gumshoe his own moment. But, like, I don't need it. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Whip, 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 whip. She starts shrinking. Turning into pearls. I said this before. I really want to know what the process of, like, clearly she takes the appearance, like, and gets taller because it's pearls turning into Mia. So does she start, like, shrinking? Does she, like, just... It's like this weird thing. I've had lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Oh no, see, she's coming in. God, Francisca. Still a softie as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? And Dick Gumshoe? Old bags? Will Powers? Maggie Bird? Pearls? Oh, and fucking Larry? The judge? The judge is here. He left his stand? He left his little judge area? I don't know what it's called. Alright, I'm almost done. Oh, that's right. Guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial... Whoosh, whoosh, the defense wouldn't have gone anywhere. Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca. Oh no, question marks. Who is it? I don't suppose. See? What did I say? Dick Gumshoe's gotta come in here.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer than usual face?
Oh, that's Phoenix. Whatever. Fuck it.
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true. Right, Nick? What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? Got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Am I, oh yeah, those portraits you painted. They were, really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed, you're a pretty girl. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Wah!
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Glare. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity... Oh, God!
Don't get carried away.
Okay, I'm back to being happy. Well, how about that? Guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Is it Pearl? It's like one of those things where I don't want to get that answer wrong. Is it Pearl or is it fucking Diego? I assume it's Pearl, but can I find where the Yeah, I was right. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. Yeah, it is Pearl. The answer is Pearl. I wanted to make sure, because in the previous games, remember the first one I fucked it up and it was like, present the final thing. And it was like a hot dog or something. Or am I getting the games mixed up? What? There was one where it was like, you gotta present a hot dog or something. Right? I mean, it sounds weird me saying it. Like, it sounds like I'm not remembering what it was correctly. But I'm pretty sure there was like a situation where it was like, the final thing, present a hot dog. Was that the first game? Hot dog? I don't know. What is Pearl? And then I missed like a scene that I had to look up on YouTube. It's no fun. Pearl Faye. Poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her. Exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly what Maya was putting it on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, till she can see her smile again. I knew it. God damn it.
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the... Oh, ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, what's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. And by me, I mean you. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny wee bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. It's called McDonald's. Yeah.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. A whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal.
Oh yeah, Maggie Bird's there. Where's old bags? I don't think we got any old bags in this third game, did we? Even despite all my jokes about her just always popping up. I think there was just a reference to her, like, weird, unexplainable costume from the second game, right? That was a thing, I think. I do think in my head, especially because I played the games, like, back-to-back, the second and third, like, really close. I think I'm blending, like, the last couple of cases in the second game with the first few cases of this third game. Like, I can't remember. It's all just one long blob of a game in my head.
Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya? What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Wasn't she here? Wasn't she channeling Mia? Like, where'd she go after that? Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. What do you mean? Wasn't that fucking... What do you mean? She was channeling. She channeled. Tamil. Am I going insane? She was literally like right here. Right? There wasn't a time jump. Right? She was right here. She was channeling Mia. How would she have gotten home that quick? Why would that be even a thing we suggest? But no one has heard from us, and that has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for that tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick.
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Gah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? Spite smirk. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Hazakura Temple? For pearls. I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon. Yeah, I'm here.
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So, she's here? Pearlie's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearlie's not here.
Ah.
Maya, the hanging scroll. The gravy is gone. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Mystic Maya! But Pearlie? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. Maiwa. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better and punch you. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini. Why are they like in shock? Oh, she's there. Oh, shit.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me all night.
After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die? That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. Poof. That's a photo. Ah. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh. So is this is like younger like Mia and Maya? And did Maya break it too when she was young? That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's really cute. It's funny. Okay. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Wah, ha, ha, ho, 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 ho. I'm so funny. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast day, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick? You know? I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. Can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps everywhere, too. Oh. Well then. Here goes nothing. That's... Oh, God. Oh, shit, there's more. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Curane and the office manager of Wright & Co. Law Offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that, which seems to fucking happen all the time. Alright, so I assume it's going to show a bunch of characters and do some lines, so we'll get through that before I guess I say anything else. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation.
I'm here too. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will
soil himself silly. Ugh. Oh, her. Great, she's here too. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Corinne exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and Instead that I must show you what I've learned. No, I'm good. No. No. No, I don't need to see this person. I don't care about them. Desi and I start a company called Master Mass something. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of side business. Wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Like, I get it. It's like the ending of a movie. You show what everyone's doing now. Oh, it's great. But I don't care about these people. Her? I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000. A special thick tea. One I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Hee. Oh, and a tea set was the thing I missed. Because the auto scroll just sometimes goes so fucking fast. Oh, I don't know.
I'm just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing, 69. And I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
The fuck is going on with him? Oh, I'm here too. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Like, why did I need the only joke there is, oh, his name is backwards and forwards too, but like, I don't care about her. She was a nothing character.
My, more reporters. Since the murder, we made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wah ha ha. Oh.
Like, I want to know updates of characters I care about, but yeah, her? She was such a nothing. A net zero character during that episode. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeney. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Voice. Me. I'm the voice. Phoenix Wright. Ben Groman Judd. Ben Judd. Objection! Remember that one from the first game?
Objection!
Man, I would love it if said voice, me, you player, who read so much. That was...
Objection!
Janet. Ah! Boing, boing. No! No!
What? I'm back for a long time. No one is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit. Now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, greasy security room is it supposed to be anyway? Well, with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts? If I bring them over to Etchy I know exactly. I really got something so hard. Oh, a gentleman will treat me like a. I must see now.
Dude, I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. God damn it.
I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. I really like good portrait artists. I'm not a loser after all.
Hey, look at this. Look at him. Hey, look at them. Kind of sucks for Diego, honestly. Kind of tragic. Kind of feel bad for his character. He's just going to jail, right? Like, he's fucked. Right? Like, he's straight up fucked, right? Is that it? That's it. Yeah, Diego's character just, like... I mean, he was probably the coolest of the prosecutors that you faced off through the trilogy. And then he just kind of is like, yeah, fuck. I guess I did the murdering. Shit. I was trying to protect someone, kinda. That was kind of my plan all along. I guess I'm bad, though. Like, that kind of sucks. Wow. It's over. What a weird feeling. I've always said it, and I will always continue to say it, because I think it's harder to explain. It's weirder to explain, but it's always a weird feeling finishing a game that I played for, especially the larger ones, right? The long games that are long time investment for a long time on the channel, for hours and hours and hours. And like I said, it feels like it shouldn't have been this long, but I technically started this. I checked the archives, and like the first episode got out to the archives at like beginning of April, which means, like I said, it was ever since start of April or end of March at the earliest. But like, and now for chronology's sake, September 4th. So almost like what? April 4th, about 5 months. Probably about of like real time. Obviously I was playing other things and stuff during that, but I pretty consistently played Phoenix Wright. I would say there may have been like 1 or 2 weeks where I didn't play a game. Like I was in play at least once a week, but yeah, it's just a weird feeling that it's just over. It's just you hit the credits, and then there's just that weird, like, oh, it's fucking over. Which I've always felt playing large games, not on stream, back when I was younger especially and stuff, but like, especially on stream, it just feels like, it's like closing a book. It's like as sappy as it sounds, or as lame as it sounds, it's just like, you finish the last chapter of a book, you close it, and you're just like, wow, that series is done. Like, it's just, because like, obviously on the channel, I've done so many different series of games now at this point. Numerous playlists and stuff, but like, yeah, it's just like the gags, the jokes from the series, my feelings about the game, it's all like closed and it's booked. It's done. Like, it's a project and it's done, and you close the binder, and then you're like, wow, it's just, I won't really have to think about it ever again. It's just a very bizarre feeling that's very hard to explain. And I hope I'm making at least a bit of sense and not just kind of rambling, but yeah, that's it. I mean, I hope people, if you watch this, enjoyed me playing. I said this at the very top of the series, especially of the trilogy. There were more than one person that wanted me to play this game, thought I would really enjoy this game. I will say, it's no surprise if you saw me play most of this or any of this. I think this game, is pretty rough to play. I think, at least in my eyes, this is a rough game to play for the first time in the year of our Lord 20,022. I think there's modernities. Is that a word? There are modern aspects to video games, especially visual novel and puzzle and logic stuff, that I think has been advanced since these games have came out to ease and make the actual gameplay experience a lot more funner and easier to enjoy. And this just doesn't have that polish, and I think it's just because it's a product of its time. I think there are many systems that are just like fucking just bonkers. Weird decisions, weird logic things. Introduction of mechanics that I think are just lame. I think the Psyche Locks things, despite it being, I mean, aside from it being kind of clunkily introduced and clunkily, like, brought up every time it did get brought up, where it's like, oh, this person's lying to me, ho, ho, ho. Like, I just think that mechanic just is not fun. It's just bringing in a mechanic of the trials that are, like, my least fun part of the trials into the investigation phases, which is not great. And that was, like, the only difference between games, like, 1 and 2, if that makes sense. But, I mean, now I just feel like I'm shitting on it. But talking about things I enjoyed about this series, genuinely some really fun characters to go on the journey with. Like, I don't necessarily even want to say well written necessarily, but they were actually genuinely fun to be around. Now, also, other side of the coin there, a lot of characters that this game suffered and thought, maybe I'm in the minority. There are a lot of these characters I was just like, fuck, I can't believe we have to keep seeing them being brought up like this. It was a gag in itself. I assume that the game people or, you know, developers, like, that's the point. Like, oh, it's this annoying character that we designed to be annoying. But that doesn't remove the fact that they're annoying, in my opinion, and just not fun. You know, old bad gag being there. But just, yeah, most of the main characters, though, are fun. Phoenix, great. Maya, great. Pearls, I love. Edgeworth, great. Honestly, I didn't think Francisco was bad from last game, and I really like Diago, why did I say it like that? It's because I'm tired, probably. Diago. Oh, God. Oh, my mind. It's constant read. It's like sitting and reading for 6 hours, I think, while also getting frustrated. I think does a number to my old brain. Yeah, but like I do with any game I beat, I'll sit on this for like 24 hours and digest it and think about it, as I always do. Yeah, but that's, I mean, I don't want to ramble too much longer here. It's just weird to, like, it's just always weird, especially after, like, long streams, to just finally hit the end stream button. But, I mean, this ends a massive game that was being played on the channel. I've talked about it before. I don't mind saying it now because they're all going to start coming on, like, onto the channel for the next, you know, in the next week. I already started playing Telling Lies. That's only going to be a few streams probably. So once that's done, and we're going to wrap up Crash here in the next, like, few days probably. And Near Replicant also only has, like, a couple more streams to it. So, the next games that are mostly going to be featured predominantly on the channel, basically after all those that I just said, is going to be Hades. It's going to be the Centennial Case, and then it's going to be, what was the third game? Oh, Digimon Survive. So, plenty of reading things there, technically in a couple of those games, but Hades should be fun as well. So, those are like going to be the 3 main games here coming up in the next week or so that you'll start seeing in the channel. So, if you want to watch those, of course, you can watch live on twitch.tv/bubmanXIV. You can follow that channel, and I'd appreciate it. Of course, you can go watch archived videos of all streams at youtube.com/thebubmanXIV. You can follow that. I guess subscribe is the word there. Or not. It is. Do whatever you want. If you just saw the ending to this, you could go back watch the other videos of me complaining throughout this game. Like I said, I hope it was fun to watch despite me complaining. Because I don't want to come across as just the person that complains about games. I said it multiple times throughout the series. I had less fun playing this game, but I had a lot of fun actually streaming it. Which is a weird thing to kind of parse, maybe. But I think it's accurate. I think it's an accurate way of putting it, so. I think that's it. I'm gonna head out. It's almost 1 o'clock my time. Which isn't that late, but like, I don't know. You get older, man. And when you're just reading, my voice feels like it's gone. Oh, I should say, I originally planned on being on stream tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, definitely not during the day, probably. There's a chance I just take tomorrow off, especially because tonight's stream was over 6 hours. I sometimes tend to do that on these finale long streams that end up happening. So if I'm not on tomorrow, then I'm just passing. If I am on tomorrow, it probably will just be me finishing up Crash Warped, getting that 100+% completion or whatever, because that's just going to be a chill ass time probably, and not take long either. So if I'm not on tomorrow though, I should be back on Monday. Monday I'm off work for holiday, so maybe something small during the day. I don't know. I don't know. I will head out though. I've been rambling with this music backdrop, which is weird. Until tomorrow or Monday. Bye.